Good evening, everyone. It is time. And also, I'm back from New York. Oh my god, it was such a long trip. I was there for 3 days. I went to Comic-Con. It was very cool. My first Comic-Con. I spent like over $300 on like Pokemon shit. It was very cool. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Did you see any fighting cosplays? No, I did not. Kind of glad. It would have been really awkward. Did I get anything Snorlax related? No, I did not. I got these model kits that were only like $10. I got one of Arceus, Mew, and Mewtwo. They were like $10 to $5. So did you see Cheeseball Man? I don't know. What? Okay, well. This is kind of on short notice, but I put out a form for a modeling review. I thought it would be fun. I thought it would be fun just to do. Because I know people make a lot of fan models, and I thought since I give modeling tips on here, it would be cool to like actually like individually go through them. I think we got like, let me check the submissions. I don't know if we'll get through all of them this stream, because I also do want to finish Venom Shank this stream. Also, I did not make my new computer yet, so sorry about that. I lied yet again. I'm sorry. I'm a big fat liar. Soon though. Soon. Okay, I promise. So we have 32 submissions. Again, I don't know if I'll get through them all, but I'll try to get through most of them. No promises, though. This is just kind of, like, for fun. Like, I thought it would be cool. And, yeah. So, I'm just gonna be picking these randomly. There's not really an order. I'm just gonna download one and read the submission. Alright? Alright. So, our first model, and also, I am sorry if I want to apologize in advance if I come across as mean. I don't mean to. I'm just trying to play it up for the stream. But I will try to be very, like, unbiased as I possibly can, okay? I try my best to give, like, tips and stuff. But, yeah. Alright, so let's do this. Our first model of the stream. Hang on, I'm being DM'd. Okay, hang on. Our first model of the stream is... It will be... you. What is your name? Crap, I'm just kind of like... Ugh, this is not a blend file. How am I... Okay. Okay. I'm just doing the next one. Okay. RC the puppet, alright? Description of the model. Graffiti model used for a mod in Bomb Rush Cyberpunk plus an avatar in VR chat. Alright. Let's see this. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, that's a good game. Also, I disabled my little avatar guy and my little mini dudes for the stream just cause, like, I want everyone to be able to see my whole screen. Sorry. It'll be temporary, chat, okay? It's temporary. It is only temporary, I promise. Alright, here we are. Our first model. So we have Graffiti here. It seems like it's supposed to have a tail, but I don't see one. Is this it? Okay, this is it. It just wasn't enabled. Alright. Cell shading, okay. Let's go to solid view. And I'm just gonna disable the armature. I'm not gonna go into texturing and, I'm not gonna go into, like, texturing or rigging, because, like, that's not really my forte. Let's enable statistics. And let's go to wireframe. Oh! Oh, that's a lot. Okay, alright, so... So this model in total is 61,000 triangles. You said this was gonna be for a mod. I don't know if the person here is in this, is in the stream. Okay, so I'm gonna say right off the bat, this is not optimized for games. This is just way too much. And you have the liberty of going cell shaded, so it can probably be even less than the typical model. Yeah, if you're making this specific, like, if this was for renders, I would say this doesn't matter, because it's not, the try count does not matter if you're doing renders or animations or anything like that. But this is just way too heavy of a model. The fingers also don't have any topology to account for articulation. So, what I mean by that is, I'm gonna pull up a diagram. What most beginner modelers don't realize is that you need a very specific type of topology for different joints that move. So let me get like a okay, this is a good example. Oh my god, this is fucking big. Let's zoom you out. Alright, so this is like the best way I can explain it. So, what you have right here, it's not necessarily wrong, but it does not provide, like, enough geometry for correct articulation. So I assume you said this was for a VR chat model. So this is going to be an avatar that moves. Like, the fingers move, the arms move, the legs move, the whole body is moving. It's animating, right? You are going to have clipping issues with this geometry. Where'd my photo go? You're going to have clipping issues. To fix this, You typically would want to add a little frame at the joints. Here, let me grab another one. This one is another good example. There's a lot of different ways you can do this. So, like, I can't really, like, say, I can't really, like, show you exactly how to. Let me zoom out. But, yeah, this is a finger, you know, since we're looking at the hand right now. Right now, you have it kind of like this first example right here. Where it's just a bunch of loop cuts. I assume this is from Subdivision, because this looks like a Subdivision model, but you just, like, you did not, like, edit it afterwards. So that's why it has so many loop cuts around it, and so much geo. And also for a game like Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, those models are very, very, very low poly. Like, you take a look at the style, it is, like, very, very, very low poly. Also, thank you for resub. Yeah, I mostly subdivide. Yeah, I assume so. But yeah, so if we take a look at Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, sorry, this is gonna be a very shoddy stream because I'm just like pulling up like references like every 2 seconds. My bad. What's like a good like Alright, so these are the models. Right, so these are the models. I just kind of looked this up. This is not a lot of polygons, right? Like, the arms, I can tell, it's just like... It's maybe like a hexagon that's like kind of slightly adjusted, right? And if we want to emulate this, because like you said, it's gonna be a mod, I would say try to follow that style. Try to follow that very low poly style. And try not to do subdivision modeling. Because I would say limit subdivision modeling to, like... how do I phrase this? Subdivision modeling isn't a bad thing. I think, I would say, yes, it is good to start off high poly, but also, with this specific instance, you were intentionally going for a low poly style. And because of this, you know, it just builds up over time, and then we end up with, like, almost 30,000 try. So, here's how I would fix it. So, let's say we're going with the, how they taught me how to do this is you want to do every other ring, right? Like this. There's probably a hotkey for it, but then you're gonna dissolve. And you're gonna keep doing this. You're just gonna keep selecting every other ring until it completely changes the silhouette, right? So, like, right, so this does not look that different from this, right? Here, let me take off the wireframe. Like, if we zoom out, right, these do not look different, right? You want to keep dissolving your verts, or your rings, until you get to a point where you're like, okay, this is changing the entire silhouette. Like, I see you kind of have it sloped right here, so if I end up dissolving that, like, yeah, that changes the silhouette, right? So you wouldn't want to get rid of that. So I would say keep doing it like that. And you might have some clipping issues, like, with right here. I'm not exactly sure what this is. Oh, you have, like, another duplicated subdivision wrist here. I'll just hide that for now. But, yeah, and then you'd also want to fix the finger joints, which, how I would do that is, I would mark out where the knuckles are. So I would say, like, maybe right here, here, and here. And for the thumb is a little different, so I'll leave it like that. And then, this is how I would do it. This is just how I would do it. There's a ton of different ways to do it, but, whoops, did not mean to press that. I would just try to mark out my knuckles. Okay, I can only select one at a time, sorry. But, two-sphere. Do that, and then do that. And then I think, cause if we bend our finger, right, we're gonna have folds. Like, right near the joints. So I would say honestly, like, maybe collapsing these. Collapse. Collapse. So when we bend it, when we bend this finger, they'll have more geometry to bend on top, but then we also get that crease that we want. So you're editing the outline of the model? Okay, but my point still stands. My point still stands. It's the same geometry. Hi, Poop Kettle. Can we get a hyper laser fact? Perhaps, maybe from around the time he was little, did he have friends? How was the military? Did he kick ass? Things like that. Thank you for resub, but I'm not really answering fighting questions right now. I'm kind of just, yeah, I'm kind of just looking at this right now. Actually, wait. Yeah, see, so it's also the same for the body as well. So my point still stands. And then I would do this with over here. Let me bring up my reference again. Oh my god, I have like so many. Whoops, sorry. Not that one. Go away. Like here. Like, see how this one does it? It has some geometry, like, merging towards the end here. So it makes for this really nice crease when you bend the finger. And, yeah, that's kind of what I would do. Again, I would say try to dissolve every other loop cut until you get to a point where it just completely changes the silhouette of your figure. Right? So I just got rid of, like, 3,000, like, try right there, and it didn't even change the shape of the figure, right? So that's just a very quick way to already get rid of a lot of geometry. Right? Let's see. Yeah, so again, more of the same. Just go down here. And, oops. Dissolve. Dissolve. Ah. Dissolve. And boom, we're already down like a bunch. There is also some... I think you also need to be aware of... Again, you need different geometry depending on which joints are moving. So let me grab another example. I have this one that I really like. Okay. I saved like a bunch of stuff on my Pinterest. Or like this exact thing. Let me find it really quick, chat. Alright, here. This is like basically the easiest way I can explain it to you. So you want to kind of go like this. You want the knee or the knee pad. Hi, said I haven't been in a stream in forever. Thank you for resub. But you want to have the knee pad, or like the front part of your knee. So it'd be this front area, right? Have more geometry than the back, so it can basically crease in on itself. So how I would do that for this one, again, this is after, you know, you decimate and fix up your model. So let me just do this like really messy. Okay, there's some clipping here, but that's okay. Actually, let me bring this back. Probably even like bigger than this. But yeah, I would say kind of read up on like joint topology, because I think this model really needs it. And try cleaning up your model, because it's right now it is very heavy. I would not say this is game ready. And another thing here's another technique. If, like, let's say I need this arm to be, how many edges is this? This is 16 edges, okay. So, for whatever reason, maybe I need my arm to be 16 edges. But you're not gonna really see the side of this model. Or, well, you will, but because it's cel-shaded, you're not gonna see the complete edge of the geometry as well. So here's what I would do. I'd go to checker deselect, select your ring, go to checker deselect, collapse it, and then just keep doing that for every all the rings. Is there an inside to this? Okay. Yeah, you can also probably get rid of all the faces here, because these are never gonna be seen. Like, this hand is big enough. Like, it's already kind of clipping through this cloth right here. So you can just outright delete this, honestly. Do you have any recommendations for tutorials? Okay, for this model specifically, since you're going a more human route, I would highly, highly, highly recommend this one person. Hang on. They make extremely well optimized, low poly, animated, like, human models. Hang on, let me try finding them. Yeah, here they are. This person. Let me just link them in the chat. Whoa, hype train. I want free emojis. Thank you for 100 bits. Go watch this person. I linked them in the chat. Thank you, Waterfro Mice, for gifting tier 1 sub. But, yeah. This is their YouTube channel. They do a lot of time lapses, low poly stuff. This video I would highly, highly, highly recommend. Right? It's a masterpiece, like, what they do with, like, low poly characters. Like, this was made from a single hexagon. Highly recommend. They utilize every single vertice to, like, their full advantage, and their joints are, like, perfect. And, yeah. I would say try studying this style specifically, because this style already kind of, like, it's slightly, I would say slightly, Bomber Cyberpunk is slightly different, already fits with kind of the Bomber Cyberpunk style, but yeah, I would say go watch them. They make speed modeling videos. They don't do tutorial videos, so you're gonna have to need a lot of patience. But, yeah, go look at them. And that's kind of just, like, my general advice. Try not to... First, I assume you mod for other games, if you're doing a mod for Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Try studying the art style of their models already. If you can either find, like, a fan-made one or a rip from the actual game, the more the better. And then see what they do and apply it to your own model. Because I'm going to be, like, brutally honest. While I think this is, like, this is a good, well, you know, throwing aside the very heavy use of geometry, while this is a good VR chat model, I don't think this follows the art style of Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Besides, like, the outline and the, cell shade, I wouldn't say it follows too heavily with the style. But I think once you get rid of all of this loose geometry, start making it lower poly, I think it'll fit, like, right there. You have the texturing down. Like, obviously, like, I can see you are very talented with your textures. I think you have this down. I think just going the extra mile and going up and cleaning up this model, which, it sucks. I know, I fucking hate optimizing my models. Will really, like, get it there. That's my advice. Sorry, that one was kind of long. I shouldn't go that long for all the others. But, yeah, that's my advice. Alright. Next person. The texture actually sucks when it's not on the model, if you look at it. Hey, if it works, it works. Like, the texture can look whack as hell on a PNG, but if it works on the model, that's all that matters. That is all that matters, okay? Alright, next person. We are going to do... Uh-oh. I got signed out. No, 1 second. I need to sign back into Google. I'll try to, like, go through these fast. Oh my god, stop. I hate Google. Why are you so slow? We are doing Hornet on Discord and Hornet on Twitter. Description of the model. VR chat avatar, another one, okay. Currently unfinished, as there are few issues that need fixing, but I've combined everything into 2 meshes. One with the outline and one without. Also, here are the textures. I need weight paint feedback, mostly around the shoulders, as those are a little broken there. Alright. Let's download this and see what is up. Since this is just kind of like a model critiquing, I'm not going to download the textures. But, so I'll just be looking, like, straight at the model. Alright. Oh, shuriken, I see. Alright. So here's what we have. I disabled the armature, by the way. Let's see what we're looking at here. Wireframe. Alright. And let's go here. Alright. I'm assuming this is cel shaded because of the mention of an outline. Okay, is this the... Okay, this is the body. Alright. Alright, so kind of similar situation as the last person. You don't have joint geometry. Right here, specifically. And on your legs as well. I see you did it for the fingers, kind of. You have the extra geometry here, but it's, like, not formatted correctly. Oh, what the heck? What is... What the heck? What? Why do you have a solidify on this? Oh, I think you... Okay, so you merged everything into two meshes. Okay. I don't think you were taking into account... Oh, this is the outline? Okay, I don't know if Hornet is here in the chat. If you are, speak. You're here? Okay, is this solidify supposed to be for the outline? And I'm assuming it's not on here, but I'm assuming it's also... Solidifies the outline. Okay, let me just disable it really quick. Alright. So, yeah, you have the extra geometry here. But you're like right there, but it's not, like, fully committed. So I would say... Like, really all you need to do is just, like, kind of this. When you bend the finger, it has the extra geometry to bend around while also giving it that crease. And the same here. Kind of just wherever the joints would be. And then just go ahead and collapse these. Same with the thumb. Soda friend, you should really turn on your keyboard inputs. It's a plugin. I don't know how to do it. I'm sorry. But yeah, just double click to select the entire ring loop. And then you just select these with shift. Press M to merge, and then you just press collapse. Whoops. For the thumb though, you don't really need to collapse it. You just need this extra geometry. You also, I think you would probably need some more geo here for the knuckles. I've never seen anyone model a hand like this. Have you tested the, I'm assuming you already tested the armature. Okay. Yeah, see, you kind of have a little bit of distortion right here with the wrist. Alright. Yeah, it's weight painted, it just bends weird. Okay, yeah. See, so this is kind of the problem I'm talking about. When you don't have this extra geometry, you get this very, very weird, Pibby glitch, let's call it. Right? We don't want the Pibby glitch. The Pibby glitch is very weird looking. Right? You kind of have this really odd elbow bend right here. We don't want Pibby glitch, so here's what I would do. I'm assuming it's like right here, right? Again, Control B to bevel, by the way, and then you can just like scroll your mouse wheel up and down if you want to, for however many cuts. I'm gonna do 1 right here. And then I'm going to collapse these. And then maybe let's spread these out. This is like my elbow, right? Let's see how this works. I think I did it on the correct joint. Okay, so it's a little more here. Let me check your weight painting. Did you do the weight painting by hand? Or is this just automatic weights? Oh. Okay. You use gradient tool. Okay. So, I would try moving these red areas near towards your joints here. Because this is, you know, the red areas is where the bone affects it the most, right? And you're gonna want this to bend right here, right where the elbow is. But you have it right in the middle of the arm, which is why it is causing it to bend very strangely. Same with here. This, I assume, is gonna be your shoulder. This is your shoulder bone, right? So you'd almost want it to go, like, up here. Affecting this entire... This is kind of messy. It's, like, hitting the hair, but... You'd almost want it to go, like, all the way here. And less on the arm. Like this. Again, you do not have the geometry. I would say for the shoulder, it's a bit different. I would try maybe adding more loop cuts here. And then, let me try. I'm not that great at weight painting, but this is just kind of, like, my opinion on what I would do. Let me take a look at this. Alright. Hang on. Probably even, like, smaller. Again, I'm not that great at weight painting, so I shouldn't really be giving advice on this, but this is kind of what I would do. I think the base of your model... Wait, what's the weight painting with no bones selected for? What do you mean? I'm just selecting the bones in here. With the, in the vertex groups, if that's what you're asking. You can just quickly, like... Yeah. So this is like a very quick way to select a bunch of bones. And this is cell shaded, right? I don't think I ever confirmed that. It is? Okay. Okay, cool. This is very well optimized. I will give you that. This is very well optimized. At 8K? 8.6K? You did a very good job with optimizing this. I just think you have the extra... Since this is cel-shaded, this is already, like, very nicely optimized, so you could already, like, go ahead and just implement more of this joint geometry right here. Yeah, no, this is very well made. Maybe even... no, you don't have to do it there. I would say add some more geo to the shoulder, though. Because this is going to move around a lot. And right here. Collapse, collapse. Is there like a specific style this is emulating, or is it's just kind of like freestyle? The leg bend's pretty fine as it is. Mostly around the upper areas having problems with. Alright. I did not expect to be... I'm gonna be real with you guys. I did not expect a lot of VR chat avatars. That's not really my specialty, but it's okay. We're balling. Let me see if this even works. If it doesn't, like, ignore everything I said. Okay, yeah. Let me check the shoulder area here. Mine is R6, you will be spared. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I take a lot of inspo from that video you already showed. I don't use subdivision. All of this is modeled from scratch or curves. Alright. Yeah, I figured this looks like very manually modeled. I would say for you, Hornet. One second. I would say try watching this video. This video is very insightful, if you haven't already. Ignore the like clickbait ignore the clickbait title. It is very useful. This like specifically talks about joints. Like elbow joints, knee joints, finger joints. It's great. Yeah, because there's a lot more more qualified than me to be talking about that. This destroys 90% of game characters. I think I'm just being lazy when it comes to joints, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of work. But, like, I think if you really want to get that really nice finish for your character, because, again, this is a VR chat avatar. It's gonna be moving around a lot. Having those joints would really help. Alright. And next person. We are doing... Let's look. I'm sorry if you can hear my parents in the back. We are doing... you. ZV Art. Zuka Young. It would be useful if you gave advice for optimization, since I want to make models for games one day. I made the character for renders and animations. Okay. Thank you, Quiddy, for gifting tier 1 sub. This is gonna be a long stream, chat. I should have mentioned. There's like 30 of these and we've only gotten through 2. So, my bad. Okay, so this is an R6 character. Let's... what the fuck? Okay. Here we are. Let's take a look at solid view. Okay. So... they said this was specifically for renders and animation. So I won't go as hard on this for optimization. Well... okay. Are they in the stream right now? Because they did mention that they specifically wanted optimization advice. Okay. So this is not one model, so I can't really, like... Is there a way to, like, make it solid while also, like, having it be a wireframe? I don't know. Okay, so this is 13k try. Alright. That's not bad. Alright, first thing. This should be a texture. You do not need to make this a model. That's just extra geometry. This could have just been a texture on the glasses. Right here. I don't know how you did your texture. Okay, so this is not... Alright, this is not an image texture. If you want to bake this, I would say... Well, this is not... Okay, I see. None of this is unwrapped. Alright. Yeah, these are all... Okay, these are all materials. So, I would say, first of all, unwrap this. Apply this. And then just quickly select your areas you want to unwrap. Mark seam. And then let's do the back. Honestly, to be honest, this could like also just be a plane, but I get why you'd want to make this like 3D. It's kind of up to the artist. And then let's just add a quick seam up here. Merge seam. Go to UV. Alright. Stack. Okay, no stacks. No UVs? What do you mean, no UVs? Oh. Are these? And then let's do the back. These are gonna be baked, so it doesn't really matter what direction they're in. If you wanted to be a little more optimized, though, you could place these over each other. I don't know why. Okay. Yeah. You could stack these. Make it 1 UV, because these are going to be exactly the same. And then, what you're gonna do is go to shading. I don't know if you know how to bake, but basically what you want to do is load up an image texture. And if we're being optimized, you'd want to do new, make this like 512, something small, right? But make it a perfect square. And then I'd call this Zuka glasses or something, right? New image, right? And then what I do is I'd go to here, go to cycles. Go to bake? Or, no, wait, not bake. Bake tide. I'd go to diffuse. And disable these because we're just baking the color, nothing else. And then I would press bake. And basically what that does is that puts all of your materials onto an image. So it's a flat image that you can edit. And then you could color the shine on it, basically. It's a bit more effort, but I would say try learning how to... If you want to learn game optimization, try making everything a texture. You can do that? Yes, you can do that. Let me try baking right now as a demonstration. This shouldn't be too consuming on my computer. Bake. Yeah, see? Right there. Boom. Easy fucking texture. And then all I need to do is this. Let's go to texture paint. And then fucking make it a yellow. Right? Like a bright yellow. Like this. And then we kind of want like pixely. So let's do this. It's not showing up. Why are you not showing up? Okay, this might be my Blender pibby glitching right now. Oh. I'm dumb, sorry. And then, oh, sorry. We're going to disconnect this and put this in here into the base color. And then we're gonna go here. And then we're going to draw the shine. Boom. It's kind of shitty, but boom. There's my shine. I don't know why it's backwards, but yeah. Let me check your normals actually. Wait. Okay, these are backwards. Okay. You're gonna want. Okay, so. Sorry, what was your name? Zivy, do you know what normals are? If you don't, I can explain it to you. If not, this could just be like a common mistake. You almost do. Okay, so I'm gonna do a quick demonstration. So I have a cube, right? Let's turn this off, face orientation, right? So I have a cube, right? My cube is a nice looking cube, right? Let's say I'm modeling on it, right? Very cool cube. I'm fucking making shit, right? Cool cube, right? But how do I know if my cube is inside out, right? That'll happen sometimes. How do I know what's the inside of a cube and what's the outside? Well, very simple way to tell is you go to this drop down right here, and you're going to want to press face orientation. Alright. Face orientation basically tells you what's the outside of your model and what's the inside. So if I delete this face, I can see into the cube, and I notice all the insides are red. Like a person, right? If I open them up, if I rip them apart, they're red inside, right? So let me just fill this really quick. Sometimes when you're modeling, shit happens, and for whatever reason, you end up with this. You have flipped normals. This is called a flipped normal. Thank you, Freighters, for gifting tier 1 sub. You end up with flipped normals for whatever reason, right? And this could cause a whole bunch of issues, right? Very easy to fix. I would want to select every single face that is red. In this case, every single face is red, so I just press A. Go to Mesh, go to Normals. Either flip or recalculate outside, doesn't matter. Flip, boom. It's now the correct position. And then I can simply turn this off, and now it's fixed. Right? So, we're going to do the same for here. We are going to enable face orientation. We're going to go to Mesh, Normals, Flip. Boom, it's fixed. Right. So now, since I fixed that, I should be able to... Yep, there we go. Boom. And that is just a very quick lesson on baking. Baking can save you a whole ton of triangles. Also, thank you, Freighters, again, for gifting tier 1 sub. Yeah, so baking can save you a whole lot of triangles. You can basically draw your textures. That's how a lot of games fake their detail. It's all a texture. And remember to, when you're finished baking, you have your material right here. It'll usually be set up like this. You want to, again, you want to add an image texture, name it whatever, choose the size, new image. You're gonna want to select this and go to cycles, specifically cycles. And then you wanna go to your bake type, which is most of the time in this fighting style, it's gonna be diffuse. You're gonna want to turn these off because you don't want your lighting to be baked into your texture. Thank you, Stainless Sword, for Prime sub, by the way. And you just want color. You just want the color. And then you're gonna select this, press bake. And then your material gets baked into this image texture. Then you're going to want to disconnect your materials, put the image texture in base color. Again, that's very quickly how you do it. And then you could just fucking edit this. Like, I can draw a penis or something. Whatever, right? Very, very helpful. Yeah, so these are... With that, you're gonna have to learn unwrapping, which I know, unwrapping fucking sucks. But it saves a lot of time. It's very useful. You don't have a lot of other areas besides, like... I'm kind of guilty of this, but... Honestly, you can make these buttons a texture. You could just draw these on. Saves you a little bit less... Oh my fucking Jesus Christ. That scared the shit out of me. Okay. Thank you, Freighters. Wow, really living up to your name. For gifting like 5 tier 1 sub. Um. So let me check your. You don't have all these as a. I'm just gonna like slowly turn on the fucking. Nope, that's not it. Viewport display. Wireframe. Wireframe. Ooh. No, 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 no. We don't want this. This is too much. This is a button. Max you need is like 6 edges. Like this. Thank you, Fighters, again for gifting tier 1 sub to Vamp. No, no, no. We don't. No, no. This is so small. You do not need this amount of detail. Just select this dissolve. And then maybe move this further back into the mesh. You do have an Ngon here, but because it's a static object, I wouldn't worry about it too much. But here's how I would quickly fix it. Just join these, select 2 vertices with shift, and then press J, and then just join them. It's neater this way. It's neater this way, and this shows, like, if you're trying to apply to a studio, that you know how to optimize your model. And I would do the same here. See, so now this is a quad. This is one quad. A quad is defined, again, as a polygon with 4 vertices. Let me check these. Oh, you got a big Ngon here. Alright. Vamp, I'm gonna fucking unmod you one day. You need to stop speaking. Sorry, I'm just going to... Whoa. What is going on here? This looks like... Oh. Okay. This looks like a subdivision error? Maybe... Were you trying to use vertex snapping somehow? I think what happened was you were using vertex snapping and you did not realize. And then it just kind of snapped over here somewhere. Thank you, Fighters, for gifting another tier 1 sub. Jesus Christ. No worries, though. To be honest, like, you do not need this geometry back here. Or down here. Okay, let me just, like, straight up, like, delete all this. Delete. And you don't even need this bottom, because this is not being shown at all. And then, to make this flat, I just select... I'm double-clicking every single... I'm double-clicking this entire loop. I'm gonna press S. And then on the Z-axis, I'll press Z. And then I'll press 0. And that completely flattens it on the Z-axis. Again, that's... You just select your loop. Press S, Z, and then 0. And that completely flattens it. And then I'm not too sure why you have it like this. ZV, can you tell me how you made this? Okay, guys, if you keep saying a hawk toa, I'm fucking putting slow mode on this chat. I don't even know if ZV is still here yet. I think you guys scared them off. Wow. Wow, shame on you. Shame on you guys. I don't even think they're here anymore, chat. Alright, well, I'll continue, I guess. But for the people still watching, you don't really need this amount of geometry for the shoe. Yeah, let me just delete this other one and put a mirror modifier. Whoops. Alright. And then let's use E. And just spin that there. And then boom. This looks a lot neater. And you have a lot, you have a smoother finish. And then you can just join these if you want to make it like extra neat. Let's delete this. And then flatten this again. All right. I think, yeah, you also, like, do not need this amount. This is not being seen. You can just delete the back faces of all of these. Like, I would move this deeper into the model. And just delete that. And it also doesn't need to be this round. Like, if I zoom out, it gets very easy to lose your scope on these things. So what I would do is try to have, like, split the screen. You could just grab this corner and then just, like, pull it out. And then just look at your model here while you're editing on this one. You're editing on the screen, sorry. And then you just, like, go in and edit. Okay. I would delete these. Maybe move this up, because it seems to be clipping with the ground. Ooh, what do we got here? Okay, it seems you accidentally beveled a few edges here. that do not need to be beveled. So, yeah, these are this is just kind of unnecessary geometry right here. I've dissolved this. And then merge at center, merge at center. Oops, wait. That's not right. Let's collapse these. Collapse. Collapse. Yeah, just be careful of what you're beveling. Because then you can end up with this very wonky geometry. Honestly, I would just try to redo this from scratch, because this is also, like, asymmetrical. So, like... Let's see. I would do this. Duplicate this. Separate it. Maybe just one bevel, I think, would be good for the shoe. And this is also why we kind of want to get rid of Engons, because if you see, I try to loop cut, it doesn't go all the way around, because loop cuts can't pass through Engons. That's another very important thing. So to fix that, just join these. And press J. And do this. Whoops. And then, now I can loop cut, right? So, let's do this, and then maybe put it to, like, here-ish? He said it would be cool if you did another one of these at some point. I'd love to submit an R6 model instead of a humanoid one next time. If people like this stream, I could do another one. Let me just... You could also, like, mirror these. That's kind of what I would do. So the mirroring is based on the origin point of your geometry. So just do origin to geometry. Add a dividing line. Oops, I forgot to make these into non-engons. My bad. delete this side. Add a mirror. Whoops. And then let's rotate this. And let's add a sharp here. Clear that. Clear that. And then boom, see? It's a lot neater, much sharper. That's how I would do the shoe, and then I could just apply this mirror, dissolve this dividing line, and then boom. You kind of have an extra edge right here, so if you wanted to do that, you could add an edge loop here. Go to face mode, select this, turn that into a separate part. Then just kind of bend it. See how much cleaner this looks? And I think it also uses a less geometry too. Yeah, it uses less geometry as well. And it gives a much crisper result. I would say try to conform to the actual shape of the shoe. Like, that's kind of my only criticism. I think you freehanded this because this does not conform at all. You have, like, differing bevels here, especially right here. And if you... I would duplicate this face or edge, and then make that your starting point. So yeah, just kind of like, yeah, my critique is just kind of like, go in, delete like a lot of like unnecessary faces that you don't need. If you want this to be like a game ready model. If not, then it's not that big of a deal. Like if you're just using this for renders, it's not gonna be that big of a problem. But boom, I just deleted like a quarter of this mesh and nothing changed. Like literally nothing changed about it, and it's less geometry. So yeah, try being like aware of like, whoa. Did you take this from someone else? Why is it tessellated? I don't know if ZV is here, but I don't think this is from the original model. Because this is tessellated. Okay, chat, no need to be mean. There's nothing wrong with using free assets. What does tessellated mean? Okay, so tessellated is basically... Okay, this is this is gonna require a lot of explanation. Tessellation, in like the simplest terms I can use, is how game engines split up models. So when you're modeling, typically you're doing it in quads, right? So you have these big rectangular polygons. Well, this would be, you'd want this to be like split into quads, but yeah. And I don't know if you guys remember me saying this, but I'll say it for the newcomers here. Quads are actually just secretly a bunch of triangles. But you don't know this when you're modeling, because you're modeling with quads, right? So when it gets imported into your engine, the game actually divides it all into triangles. So it would look like this in-game. Like this face, it would look like this, actually, because it's two triangles. And when you import something out of a game engine, this is called tessellation. So I can tell this is tessellated because this is entirely made up of triangles. No one models like this. I inserted the scarf from Roblox because I was lazy. I don't really do that anymore, though. Okay, that's completely fine. I just wanted to know. There is no problem with using free, I should mention free assets. But you did not fix this up right. So here's how I'll help you. If you're importing an asset from Studio to Blender, you're gonna want to get rid of this tessellation effect. Otherwise, it's gonna... You see, you can already notice if I zoom out, you can already see some, like sharps and polygons right here that you don't want in your render. So here's how you fix it. You're going to want to select all the vertices that are tessellated. Press M. You're gonna merge by distance. See, so this already merged a shit ton of vertices. And then what you're gonna do is you're gonna press, I think it's Alt J. Yeah, Alt J. That's tries the quads right here. Or you can also go to the modifier and then add decimate. And then you're gonna want to go to planar. This kind of like, I have meh results with this, but I like doing just Alt J. It's a lot neater. So now you end up with quads. And then you could just fix this up manually with smooth shading or... Oh, wait. And also, you're going to want to go to here. Go to geometry data. And then clear custom split normal data. You're going to want to clear the normal data from the engine. And then you just clear that. And then, boom. You're going to have to remark your geometry, or your sharps, sorry, obviously. So, some of this might look a little funky. But you can just do that. And then boom. That's how you fix that. But yeah, that's how you're gonna fix models imported from Roblox to Blender, from any engine basically. You're really good at modeling. You should make a Roblox game and call it fighting. Thanks. This whole scarf discussion freaked me out, because it feels like when your teacher finds out you copied/used the method the class never learned in class to solve a problem in homework. Okay, I'm sorry if it comes across like that. I was just wondering, because nobody models like this. And it's very obvious to tell when you're using an asset, right? And I mean, it's not like they intentionally tried to pass it off as their own. If they did, then... don't do that. But if you're a beginner just like learning, you can do that. Don't it's like tracing, right? I fucking traced as a kid. Everyone traces as a kid, right? It's not illegal. It's not illegal. Please don't think that it's illegal or like frowned upon. But I will say, if you're using assets from the catalog, which I assume this is where you got this from, if you're using assets from the catalog, you don't get to like actually learn how to make things like this. You just look at the end product. That being said, you can try to emulate what this modeler did. So if I move this to the side, right? Let's see. I can probably make an educated guess how this person made this model. Let me just like quickly... Let me quickly merge this. We're going to go to mirror. And using this as a reference, we can enable the wireframe. What is this holy music that has been blessed upon my ears? This is the Night in the Woods soundtrack. This song specifically is Astral Alley. You could probably make this a subdivision. There's a lot of different ways you could do this, by the way. But this is just how I would probably do it. Maybe not. Okay, scratch that. No subdivision. Again, a lot of different ways you could do it. Let's just start with the shape. Enable clipping. And then let's wrap this around his neck, like so. Maybe add a bit more geometry here. Oops. I'm beveling this vertice. And then let's do that again. Honestly, we could probably just like duplicate this. Or extrude it, sorry. Let's do that for all of these. That's E, and then I'm just pressing S. Extrude this. It looks a little funny right now. It looks like he's got, like, some kind of, like, frilled lizard collar, but just hang in there. Ah, just got stuck in the clipping. Let's move this. We gotta make the back a bit thinner. Oh, and also I would highly recommend enabling it. It comes with Blender. It's an add-on called Loop Tools, and then you could just relax this, and then boom, it like relaxes the whole edge that you're selecting. It's very nice. And then we can move this up. And then maybe extrude this again. But you see, now we're getting the shape of a bandana, basically. This is kind of just like my quick and dirty, like, modeling method, but yeah, just like using this as a reference, I'd be able to kind of like go in and try replicating this. These probably be closer to the neck. I'm not like putting a lot of effort into this, but yeah, so we got the bandana here. Smooth, shade smooth, boom. Bandana. But yeah. I would say try to replicate assets, because sometimes you're gonna like have a prop or something, you just have no idea what you're gonna make, right? You just have no idea where to start. So using these and looking at the wireframe, or how the person made this, very, very useful. That's why I highly recommend looking at speed builds, speed models, right? Because they show you how they go in and model this kind of thing, right? So, yeah, that would be my advice. Let's disable this. So, hopefully that helped. You have a big N-gon here, so you can just quickly join these. Alright. And yeah, continue that. But yeah, that's my advice. I hope that helped. So now, we're gonna move on to the next person. Let's see. Alright, who's my next victim? Ah, Google's not loading. God damn it. Alright. Almond Aces. Is Almond Aces in the chat? Okay, you know what? Maybe I should start picking people in the chat. Because, like, I don't even know if the people who submitted are here. How about we do that? Hey, Soda, hey? Okay. Alright. Let's look at chat. Who wants to be reviewed by my wrathful eyes? Eastern Night Fury? Okay. I'll do you, just because you've been in the chat for a while. Where are you? Alright, here you are. R6 character of a slingshot skin I made for fun and practice. A bit older model plus zip because of image textures. I did not make the rope take up so much try. For small details, for example scales, what topology or try would count as ideal or optimal? Okay. Slingshot skin, alright. Let's download this. Aqua Shot. Alright, let's download. I cannot download. Alright, cool. Let me try downloading the whole thing first. Alright, I got the zip. Extract. Alright. Since you have the textures here, do you really want me to look at the textures? Because I'm just gonna be looking at the wireframe. This is a very colorful model. Oh, it already comes with the textures. You're good. The textures are already here. Right, this is it. Small note, can't fix topology mistakes because of gradient. Designed by OmniNox on Twitter. Alright. Alright, let's... Oh god. Okay, you have like a very deep cavity on this. Let me turn this off. Okay, so first thing first. Did you model this off of an R6 model? Because it looks like you modeled this from scratch. Like, this is not from Roblox. Unless I'm tweaking. It's from an R6 cleaned up a bit. Okay, I see. Okay, well, you don't really need to clean it up, but I digress. Not really important. Yeah, so if you want optimization specifically, sorry, let me look at your comments on the forum. I did not make the rope take up so much try. This rope? Ah, yes. Okay, I see. Yeah, so ropes are a little bit tricky. Let me put on the statistics. Ooh, oof. 28,000, that is a lot. Okay. Yeah, it's probably because of this. This is definitely the heaviest thing on the model. Alright. So, for rope specifically, you want to edit this. Because this is being modified. This entire shape is based on this edge that you have here. So, how I would do it... Oh. My computer. Whoopsies. Select every other vert, like this. Dissolve. And then do the same here. Dissolve. Maybe merge these two. 1, 2, 3. Dissolve. And then you can edit it a little bit. See, we're already at 25,000 just from that. Right? However, yeah, I will agree. You're not going to be able to edit this any further until you decimate it. So, duplicate this. Oh, you got this all in containers, bro. Alright. I'm not too sure where you put this. Is this in torso? Yes, okay. Let's hide this. Apply these modifiers. And this is gonna hurt, but you're gonna want to decimate this. It's not gonna be the prettiest, but You could just bake the normals from the detailed rope onto a cylinder. You can also do that too. I have not personally tried that technique, but Avo has done that. But this is like the quick and dirty, like, I don't want to spend any time on this kind of approach. Let's... You decimate, and then you're just gonna want to, like, collapse. So this is the I'm lazy and I don't want to do any work method. You just do a decimate, put it at, like, half, right here, and then apply it. Now we're at 23,000 try. So that already got rid of, like, 5k. Right? Again, you could do what Avo suggested. I haven't had much success with baking normals in Blender. I'm sure there's a video for that. If you want to make it thicker. Ooh. Do these have fucked up? Yeah, okay, these have fucked up normals. Okay. Again, let's go to normals here. Recalculate outside. And then that fixes that. And then we could just make it thicker. That's Alt-S, by the way, to fatten it. Shrink/fatten, yeah. And then... Let me turn this on. That's only if you really want to. Alt-S, again, that is Alt-S. What else is causing this much geometry? The weapon? Maybe? You kind of just have things that are, like, cut for no reason. Oh my god, is this one whole mesh? Okay. Yeah, okay, you do not... Oh my god, you do not need to do it like this. Oh my gosh. Did you model this entire sandal from one mesh? I don't even know how you did this. What? I can model with the... Okay, so you cut this out. Oh my god. Okay. Wow, that sounds like hell. Jeez. Jeez. That... You do... Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Do not... If you need to make things multiple meshes, please just do that. Don't carve it out from one mesh. That just adds more geometry and engons than necessary. So, like... Honestly, I'd just, like, redo this, so, like, let me duplicate this. I did that with extrude along normals after cutting out because the tutorial said so. What tutorial? What kind of tutorial are you watching? Okay. So for the sake of the... Oh, there goes the leg. Okay. So this is also why you kind of don't want to mess with the base, like, mesh. Oh my god, you did that for the arm too. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. We're just gonna use this. I'm gonna select this edge. Duplicate this, separate it with P. We're going to extrude this down. These do not need to be here. These have fucked up normals, but I'll fix it later. It's the Creatures of Sonaria effect modeling style effect. Okay, but Creatures of Sonaria's, they do that because of color changing. You do not need to do that. for a fighting mesh, or a fighting character. And I'll tell you why. In a second. 1 second. So let's say I have this foot, right? This is gonna be my base, right? So pretend this is just like the entire leg, right? This is going up into your model. What I would do is I'd duplicate this, make it another part, don't cut it out of the leg like a mad person. Oh my god. And then just do this. I'm just selecting everything with double clicking and then pressing fill. And then, oh yeah, another thing you can do is if you're too lazy to fix up your engons, just select the outline of an edge you need to fill. Press F3, go to grid fill. And then you could just, boom, it just makes it into like a non-engon. Like really fast, it's really useful. Grid fill, boom. And then you can edit it, whatever, how many edges you want. And then I would smooth the edges out like this. You have like a small bevel here, so I will try to respect that. Let's do this. Move it up a bit more. And then we can... I just wanted to say, actually pointing even the smallest details I never noticed. Thank you so much, Soda. I don't really know what I'm pointing out, but you're welcome. So we have the bottom here, right? And then we can just like duplicate this, separate that. We're gonna scale on X. That's just pressing S and then going on X, and then it scales on X. We're gonna go to the side here, make it flat on the Y axis. That's S, Y, oops, S, Y, 0. We're gonna extrude it. Just do that. And then we're gonna move this back, and then we are going to delete these faces because these are never gonna be seen by the player. So this is only 3 faces, right? But it looks exactly the same as this, which is probably double the geometry. So this is 104 triangles. This is 348, right? And then these curves, I can see how these are a bit difficult to make, but no worries, I got you. So what we're gonna do is we are going to do this object, set origin to geometry. That puts this dot in the middle of your geometry. Then what we're gonna do, we're gonna press Shift A, that adds a new mesh. We're gonna go to cylinder. We're gonna move this down to 8 sides, right? And then what we're gonna do is we are going to mirror this. Mirror. Right? But how do I get it to mirror the foot? Well, you're gonna want to do mirror object. Select the object that you just put your, the foot, you know, we're mirroring the foot. Move it down. It's gonna look like toes for a second, but just bear with me. Move it 90 degrees. Let's delete this side, because this is... We're gonna inset this with I. Just do this, and then delete the middle. Delete this half. I can't even, like... Okay. And then you could just either... Let's delete this. And then on the x-axis, oops, I accidentally extruded, my bad. Ah, why does it keep doing that? I think I accidentally extruded these for some reason. Let's enable clipping. Alright, so this is kind of like lower poly. If you want it to be rounder, you can just literally select these rings. Control B and bevel it. And then boom, you got a rounder finish. You could also just move these. And then just shade smooth. Let's keep this sharp. And then just delete the backside. And then boom. Let's apply this. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Let's apply this mirror modifier. This in total is 168. This is 348. We have, like, basically shrunken this down by, like, 2 times. Almost, right? And then you can just merge these, right? You can merge them on color. So, since these are going to be gold, I would merge these. So, you know, they become yellow. Or wait, which ones are yellow? This one. Okay, so I merge this with this. And then let me just remove that. And then just... boom, right? So that is how I would fix that. Right? Don't carve it out like how Creatures of Sonaria does it. They do it for a very specific reason. And, that's because their system, their color changing system, also, let me check the face orientations. I said I would do that, and then I didn't. Yeah, see, these are flipped. Gotta remember to fix these. Let's flip that. And then let's flip, or let's recalculate these, and then boom. Fix that. I'm being called. 1 second, chat. My bad. Sorry about that, chat. I was AFK. But, yeah. So, I just grouped these by color. Don't try to, please don't carve out your mesh with the knife tool. That is so much work. You could just make this like very quickly just by duplicating your shapes that you already have. Like this whole sandal was just made out of a duplicated edge from like right here, right? Don't carve it. That's not a good idea. You could also add like some beveling here. Maybe for extra detail. If you want, you know. See, that looks a lot cleaner. You also mentioned the scales, right? I think you might have this duplicated. No? Alright, there we go. Let me separate this. So, yeah, so scales. Can't fix a few topology mistakes because of gradient. Is this what you were talking about, the scales? Kind of, yes. Okay. So, I know why you did this. It's because I did the exact same thing for the shuriken model. And to you, I say I apologize. Because this is the non-optimized way of doing it. Technically, you can do it if your model is very low poly. However, you can't really afford to do that because this is already 23,000 try. So what I would actually do with these scales is make them a texture. So again, going back to baking, I'm gonna hide this really quick. There's a ton of different ways you could do this. But how I think I would do it now is... Okay, I assume these are from scales that have not been separated properly. Delete. Okay, you... Again, don't be scared to, like, have a bunch of... to make your model on a bunch of different meshes, because don't carve it out. Just don't. It's messy. So let me try merging these. And this will make for a better unwrap if you're gonna texture it, which is what I'm gonna demonstrate in a bit. I wanted to make it look like they're in the skin. Yeah, you can accomplish that with the texture very easily. I see why you did it with these gills, though. Or, I think they're gills. Maybe they're scars? You can leave this how it is, though I would say fix up your topology a little bit. Let's see. Let's mark a seam here. You could also do this with a normal map. Oh, yeah, basically what Avo said. So, this is kind of an advanced This is going to the advanced territory, so I don't expect beginners to, like, know how to do this. But what a normal map is it's basically a really, 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 really good texture that fakes depth. There's also another map that's kind of similar called a height map. They kind of accomplish the same thing. So let me get a I'm trying to look for a good example, but none of these are good. Sorry, just give me a second, chat. This is kind of like a hard concept to explain. Okay, here's a perfect example. This is kind of a grainy photo, but it does the job. So, I have a cube, right? What if I want this fucked up looking texture on it, right? Well, I'm not gonna model that. That's gonna take, like, so much geometry, right? So, I have this special image called a normal map. And it's all purple and shit, right? You've probably seen these before. This is called a normal map. And what it does is it fakes the texture on a cube. So, the cube, in reality, looks like this. But with a normal map, you're faking geometry to make it look like this. So in reality, this cube is probably like, what, like 12 try? But it gives the effect that it has more geometry than it actually does because of a normal map. My models don't usually aren't this fucked up. I just need a critique because I make these mistakes normally. Okay. But yeah, this is an advanced technique, right? So I'm gonna help you with this because I know you said this is an old model, but this would help tremendously for this example because you kind of want this inset looking effect, right, for the gill. You could do that with a normal map. I'm not sure how to do it on Blender, but I know how to do it on Substance Painter. However, let's go back to the scales. I'm not gonna go too in-depth into normal maps right now, just because, like, I can't properly teach you guys how to do it on Blender because I don't personally know how to do it myself. I do it with Substance Painter, which is a paid program, which I know you guys will not all of you guys will be able to afford. So I'm not gonna go out of my way to teach you guys how to do that. Let me select these. I'm just gonna leave these as Ngons for now because I'm just gonna show you how I would do the textures for the scales. But ideally, you would want these to be divided into quads. Let's mark a seam here. And then we are going to... Wow, that is a fucked up looking UV. Let's divide that. Where is this? Oh, oops. Mark seam. Let's unwrap. Alright. So, you would want this arm part of your mesh, right? Because these are where the scales are going to be the biggest part of your UV. Because that's the place you're going to draw on the most. And typically, the bigger your UV is, the more resolution it gets, right? So, I'm not going to draw the scales on these inside gills because it's just going to be one solid color. So, I can afford to shrink these and just kind of put these over here, sorry. And then I can put these here. Yeah, so this takes place in the entire square. And then, let's see, let's go to shading. We're gonna bake again. I'm just gonna show you guys how to do it again. Let's see. I'm gonna remove this material and this material. Just for the sake of the example. We are going to go back to here. Go to cycles. Add a image texture. And by the way, I forgot to mention this last time. If you're doing this on an arm or a leg, by the way, you don't have to do it again for the other arm. Because it's the same, UV. So you only have to do this once. If your model is symmetrical, I mean. If it's asymmetrical, you will have to bake this part of the arm and do it all over again. But it's mirrored, so you don't have to go through that. Let's do new. Sling scales. We'll leave this at this resolution. Yeah, we'll do new image. And then we are going to go to here. No, I lied. Where is it? Oh, I'm a big fat liar. Where is it? Bake. Here it is. We're gonna go to diffuse. We're gonna disable these. And then, fingers crossed, this works. We are going to bake this. Alright. Looks like we got a bake. And then we are going to remove that and move this here. Let's check the normals. Alright, the normals are good. Alright, so... again, we're lowering on the geometry. So, you could just draw the scales. Like, that's what I would do. I did this for the... Whoopsies, I got my strength up. Whoops. I did not mean to do that. I just kind of, like, draw the scales. I don't have my tablet with me, so this looks kind of bad, but, like... And you could also, like, lower the strength to kind of, like... make it so... these are going further into the bag. You could also export this into a new program, like an actual painting program. I don't recommend making textures on Blender. So to do that, you could actually just, you save this image, right? Save as. I can't do it right now because I'm not showing you guys my files, but you save this as, and then save it to whatever folder. Open it in your painting program of choice. You can add gradients to these scales, make them look, like, really pretty. Like, give them some, like, shape, you know? I'm just kind of doing this quickly for, like, time, right? Ooh, shiny scales. And then you could, like, Right. So instead of actually modeling these individually, you just have a texture. And that has cut up some of our... Where's the statistics? Now we're at 20,000, right? We just got rid of a shit ton of geometry. Just by doing a texture, right? Sure, it's not 3D, but this is way more optimized for games. It's better performance. It's good technique, because you're going to want to do this for game-ready models. Also, you could just color this blue. I know this was blue in the materials. Hang on. Let's color pick this. And then whoops. That's not right. Oh, it's over here. My bad. See, because it's like one color, you could just color that. Boom. Done. Just kind of like very shittily did the scales. And then, bam, it's there. I don't know if you did this in Blender, but like, I know you can like do textures, because this is very nice. Did you actually make this in Blender? Yes? Okay. Yeah, so... I don't know if you have a tablet. If you don't, no worries. Some things I would recommend is... You do? Okay. Well, if you don't have a painting program, this is just for the people who don't and want to just texture on Blender because they're lazy. I totally get it. You can enable stabilized stroke. I'm doing this with my mouse. And it's an inbuilt stabilizer that just makes your, it stabilizes your strokes, right? So see, I can, like, make these... Let's color pick this. Let's make this, like, 5. Or maybe thicker, like 8. I could just go in. Right? Just kind of, like, go over this. Blech, right? It's just for the sake of the example. But, yeah, that's what I would do for the scale, specifically. I would make it 3D only if your model is low poly, which it's not. I'm not too sure, honestly, what is causing this bloating. Like, this is a very simple model. Should not be this amount of try. It could be the staff. Let's try hiding this. 17,000. Nope, it's something on the model. It could just be small things adding up. That too, honestly, it could just be that too. So, like, yeah, I noticed you have these. You just have, like, unnecessary faces here. I would just merge these, to be honest. And then maybe, like, dissolve this for a finer point. Whoops. Bah. Keep selecting the wrong thing. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna do something drastic. I'm gonna do something drastic. Okay. Never mind. Oh yeah, you like... Oh man. Dude. Yeah, I think it is just kind of like small things building up. You do not need to carve this. This could have just been like a very simple like texture. Is this mirrored? Okay, it's not. Remove the text? Oh, you know what? Yeah, okay, that was probably it, yeah. For the sake of learning, I would just, yeah, you could just delete all of this. And then let's add a few. Just make this. Whoops. UV. Unwrap. That's not right. Ah. See, this is what happens when we don't check our normals. We get fucked up UVs. See? That's not right. Alright, let's fix this. Mesh, normals, recalculate outside. Well, let's see. Boom. Right? And now, I can just literally go to shading. New. Image texture. New. Sling fin. New image. Plug this into base color. And then, just, like, draw out this texture. Like, you can draw. Like, I'm very confident you can do this. If you want to do a gradient, if that's, like, the problem you're having, there is literally an inbuilt gradient tool. Right here. You go here to gradient. You just pick out your colors. So we can go from this light blue to this dark blue. And then let's do it like so. Right? You probably edit the colors a bit. And then let's edit this. Color pick this. You can make put this to line. Just drag this. And you just got a line right here. Right? And then you just add your little circled scales, I think. Let's go back to space. I think these are scales. Probably. Oops, I still have this at line. Or space, sorry. I gotta turn off stabilize. See? And now we have a much nicer and cleaner looking texture. Oh, I forgot to do the outline. My bad. Let's go to line. If you want to, like, make it kind of, like, sharp, you just follow the UV, right? Again, I'm just doing a very quick example, so it's not perfect, but... See? This is 12 triangles. This is 95. Boom. We just, like, cut down our tri count by, like, more than half. That is a huge difference, right? So this is game ready. This is what I would do for video games, right? It's just kind of like going in, deciding, yeah, again, for the tail, image texture, image texture, image texture for the scales. And that would help you by a lot. Image texture, image texture. Yeah, so do not underestimate image textures. If you're doing it for renders, like, don't specifically renders in animation. You don't have to make everything an image texture because with animations, try budget doesn't really matter. But for video games, it's a huge deal. You need to save on every single possible like amount of geo you can. So just going in and like secretly like cleaning these up, making these image textures, it does wonders for performance. If this is just for renders, then you can choose whether you want to make it an image texture or 3D like you had it before. Honestly though, even if it is for renders, I would say you could still get away with an image texture just because like if you export this to a drawing program, you can get a lot better detail. Like you could draw the scales like exactly how you want if you can't model them. But yeah. That's how I would do it. I hope that was informative. Alright, we are moving on to the next person. Alright, who else wants to get their model looked at? Thank you, sir. That helped me a lot. No problem. Me, please? Alright, I saw V-Dart first. I'll try to get through these quicker, because we're already at like 2 hours. Let's see. Is your name V-Dart on the modeling form? Because I don't see you. I'm pretty new to modeling, so this might be a war zone. No worries. It should be. I do not see you on the form. V-Dart. Yeah, I don't see you here. You're not here. I'm sorry. Do not, oh my god, do not put your email in the chat. Holy shit. Mods, delete that, please. Oh my god. Do not do that. The form doesn't even collect your email. Okay, so just so nobody else does this in the future, please do not put your email address in the chat. Thank you. But yeah, I don't see you here. I don't see VDART in the form. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to move on. Unless you went by a different username. Alright. Who wants to go next? I've been here for a long time. I'd like to go. Okay, individual of man. Ooh, that's a scary username. What is your username for the forum? Is it just the same? Sixer? Alright. Let's see. Sixer. Okay, I see you. Da, 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 da. Alright. Biograph skin. Skin for simple. Alright. I'm not... Skin for simple. Is this, like, supposed to be for a game? Or is it, like, a render? Or is it just, like, a practice model? Or what? Could I get some more... Can you elaborate a little bit? It's like a fan skin? Okay, so this is made specifically to be in a game, is what you're saying. Practice model. Okay, do you want me to, like, give you some optimization techniques? Or do you want me to critique this just based on modeling? Optimize would be nice. I tried resubmitting it. Okay, I'll look at yours afterwards, VDART. Is it steampunk biographed? This is you, right? Oh, you got the fucking blue over here. Alright. Oh, damn. Alright, here we go. Next model. Very cool silhouette right off the bat. Let's see. 24,000. Okay, so this is a bit of a heavier model. But I think that's just because you have two of them here. So let me just try hiding some of these. Yeah, so this ends up being like around 12,000. That is actually pretty good. Okay, you do have a lot of materials. Let's take a look at this. Alright. So even though this is only 12,000 triangles, you kind of are suffering from the same issue a lot of other people are, which is you're not decimating based on size. So this is a very high poly pipe here, right? How many edges is this? This is 12 edges. This does not need to be 12 edges. I'm gonna be looking at the skin at, like, furthest, like, from the back, right? If this was infighting, I'd be looking at it from the back here, right? This is tiny. This pipe detail is tiny, tiny, tiny. It does not need to be 12 edges. Like, at most, I think 8 would be good for this size. So, to fix this, let's grab an edge. Checker deselect. Collapse. Grab an edge. Checker deselect. Collapse. And then we just kind of move up and do that. Whoopsies. Yeah, see, you have edge loops that aren't, like, even... the players, like, aren't going to see. Like, right here. So I just dissolved that, to be honest. And then... go ahead and checker deselect, collapse. Ah. And you also have faces here and here. You could just delete those. Boom. Right? So we just halved our triangle count. So, like, this is like 2,300. How much is this? Or no, wait, I was reading that wrong, sorry. Let me separate this. Yeah, so this is like 200. This is 200 triangles. This is 84, right? And, like, when you zoom out, it's, like, about the same amount of detail, right? So this is gonna perform much nicer. And you can also go in and... let's... where are these? Oh, you have a smooth, okay. Just add a sharp here, more sharp. Yeah, see? So that's what I would do. And then I just delete this. Duplicate. Bam. I assume these gears are gonna move? Right? Is that why this is here? Or explain to me what this is. No, they're not moving. It's just a core. Okay. Okay, so yeah, again, like only like a quarter of this is showing. I think you probably modeled this outside of the model and then just duplicated it and put it in here, right? Let's delete this. Duplicate. Bam. I'm gonna select this, separate it. Ah. Why can't I select? What the heck? What happened to my selection? Okay, whatever. we're just gonna select box. There we go. I'm gonna delete these faces. Okay, so these are kind of slightly showing. But yeah, I just remove all the faces that the player will not see. Like that, right? You could probably, like... do that. Yeah, so... even though it looks a little jank, right? This would perform much better. This is now 75 triangles compared to, like... I assume these are just the same but duplicated, right? 174. Let me just separate these. Oh, no, these aren't. These are all different. Did you individually model these gears? Or did you just duplicate them? I duplicated and edited each one. Okay. Yeah, so... you probably don't need to put that much effort into a model. Like, this would have been better if you just, like, duplicated, made a gear, kind of, like, rotated it around a bit, and then deleted the faces that weren't showing. But yeah, we just got rid of a bunch of faces. Okay, it looks like you also may have double beveled. Ooh, yeah, you kind of had the same... oh my god. Did you guys carve this out? What is it with you guys and carving out things with the knife tool? Did you also carve this out with the knife tool? Or explain to me how you did this. Sorry, I don't mean to come across as mean. I'm wondering how you made this. Carved with the knife, extruded, and separated. Okay. Yeah, don't do that. That's a lot more effort than it's worth. So, like, if I have a Roblox arm, right? Oh my god, why is the world origin all the way up there? Okay, hang on. So, let's say I have my Roblox arm, right? Ugh. Wah! Come on, stop doing that. Let's do... Typically it's like 3 bevels, something like this. And then like this, right? So this is our Roblox arm, Shade Smooth. All you need to do to start making like, accessories for it is just literally grab this edge, Shift D, P, whoops, I did this wrong, P, and then you have an edge that's already separated from the arm that you can start like extruding and like making things off of, right? And it'll perfectly conform to the arm because it's already the shape of the arm. So like I can like try recreating. Oh my god, why does it keep changing the tweak? And then I could just duplicate this. Oops. This is me trying to like recreate what you did. Let's go to solid view. Oh my god, I don't know what is wrong with your blender. That keeps making me... What the heck? Do you have your blender on like kinda some sort of different mode? Because why is it blue? I just set the background color. Oh, it's because these... Okay, sorry. This was my fault. My bad. I had the normals messed up. Sorry. And then you could just add an edge loop here. So add a sharp. And then you could bevel this. Grid fill. Make it neater. And then I could just bevel that. And to make this detail with the star, I'd kind of like do this. Merge that up. And you can actually select the edge. Oh my god. select the edge of this with double click. Press Shift D, P to separate it, right? And then you could just add skin. Press A, and then Control A. And that's how you make like a quick edge. Maybe like move it up a bit. And then let's see, I duplicate this, separate it. Merge this. Do that. And yeah, so I kind of got this shape basically from just this one base mesh, right? This is just kind of to prove the point that you don't have to carve everything out of, like, the arm, okay? Don't do that. It's a very bad, habit. But, yeah, just kind of like, if you're making this for a game, just kind of go in, see which faces aren't really showing, right? So, like, these faces on the side and the bottom probably, right? Those won't, nobody's gonna really see that. And, like, you can also get rid of these unnecessary edge loops. Right? That's what I would do. And you could also probably decimate some of this. Yeah, see, you kind of did that with removing the extra gear nubs here. Like, you don't have them on the inside, but you just didn't delete the faces here. But for a beginner, this is actually a pretty good starting point. Oh yeah, you got a little bit messed up geometry right here. That's because you did not join anything. Let's try fixing that. Then we could just mark sharp here. You have a lot of things merged with each other. Or a lot of things, like, overlapping each other, too. I'm not sure if, like, you accidentally, like, extruded and forgot. But... oh, yeah, another tip. You can also just, like, go to Mesh. In Vertex mode. Just select everything. Go to Cleanup. Delete Loose. And it'll delete any loose geometry or any loose vertex that aren't connected to anything. It's very useful. That's what I would do. Alright. I'm gonna move on to the next person. But that is my advice for this model. Alright. We are coming up on 3 hours. Let's go to VDart. If they resubmitted. Yes, I see you. Let me get to your response. Banhammer Fanskin would be known as the final judge based on ancient Egyptian mythology. Not sure though. I do know how to add decals / color, so it isn't finished. This is my second ever Blender model, so please don't completely trash it or make my name the new slur for people who are bad at Blender. No worries. Let's download this. Alright. So, this is the model. Right off the bat, I can tell you did not use a Roblox base mesh. Because this is not how the heads look like. So, I would recommend learning how to export a R6 mesh, or an R6 base into Blender before trying to make a skin. Because if you don't use an R6 model, this isn't gonna fit. Right? I can show you guys how to do that really quick. But I'd have to open Studio, so give me a hot second. Studio got an update. God damn it. Pardon me, this is gonna take a while. So are we excited for Blocktails Demo 3? Yes, I will play that on stream whenever that comes out. Sorry chat, how are you guys? I've been so focused on critiquing, I have not read any of your guys' messages. Besides, you know, the people I'm reviewing. I did import it from Roblox, but I couldn't figure out how to separate the head and make the other three? What do you mean? Will we get to see Venom Shank tonight? I don't know, this is taking a lot longer than I thought it would. How it's three-headed? are you unsure of how to duplicate it? Is that the question? The head? Alright, so this is what I got here. Ignore the application models. What you're gonna want to do is go into view. Not view, I lied. It's avatar. You're gonna go to rig builder. Go to R6 or R15, depending on what kind of model you're making. How to separate the head, probably. Okay, so this is actually a very easy fix. You're gonna do block avatar. Make sure this position is set to 0, 0. So you're just gonna want to type 0, 0, comma 0. Not colon, sorry. And then you're gonna want to, right click on this, export selection, right? So, 1 second. I don't want you guys to see my files. So I'm gonna export it. I'm gonna name it rig. Oh, fuck, sorry. You just save it to wherever you want on your computer. And then, you're gonna open Blender. Right, you're gonna open Blender. Go to File. Import. Go to Import OBJ, right? And again, I'm gonna go to my screen here because I don't want you guys to see my files. Sorry. And you're gonna find rig.obj. And oh, I didn't set the position. Hang on. I gotta redo this. Import OBJ. And then basically, when you import your model, there's an option on the side that says split by group. You're gonna want to check it. And then after that, you're gonna want to press import OBJ. And then boom. It's all split up. Now, I can select these. Right? And then I could just duplicate these, right, for the heads. Right? Thank you, no problem. And these will also be tessellated, so make sure if you're gonna directly edit this to do the steps I mentioned previously. Merge by distance, Alt-J to make them into quads, and then you're gonna want to clear custom split normals. And then shade smooth. And then that way you can edit it, and you can start modeling on it directly, right? Boom, I got a fucking sleeve right here, right? Whoops, that is not right. But, yeah. So, that's how you import a model, or a rig, right? So, if we go over to yours. Yeah, so a lot of this would be fixed if you just had the original rig right here. So I'm gonna copy this and then move this here. Right? Whoops. Right? So then I would probably duplicate this and mirror it and make it smaller, right? For the extra heads. This head is a little fucked up, but that's because of tessellation. Again, Alt-J, merge by distance, clear geometry data, or clear custom split normal, shade smooth. And that's how you fix that. The ref is just a purple blob, I'm crying. That's because, I don't have the image texture, so I'll just delete that. But, yeah, so... Besides that... Now that you have an actual base to go off of... You can probably... Like if I go into face mode, which is 3... And double click this in a ring, I can like... Or maybe... Let's go edge mode. Shift D, click P, remove selection. I can make the bandana. It's very unoptimized. This is like way more edges than I need. Does the underside of the head on your R6 import also have the weird topology? Because mine did after importing using tries the quad for some reason. You need to merge by distance first. Unless you're talking about this. This isn't... The underside doesn't matter though, because this is a pure base. This is just the base for your model. Right? Then you could smooth by angle. Yeah, that looks weird. Yeah, it's just Roblox, unfortunately. If you really want to fix it, you could literally just, like, do this. Fixed. There you go. How do you separate the limbs in Blender? I missed that. When you're importing the OBJ, right, there's a little screen that gets brought up. You're gonna want to click to the next, to the right of it. It should be like separate by group. Separate by group. You're gonna want to click that, and it separates everything by its group. And that's how you can select these. But, yeah, since you're a beginner, I would say focus on trying to, well, learn how to fix n-gons. You have a pretty big n-gon here. And again, because you're a beginner, I'm gonna have to explain this for the, like, 11th time. An n-gon is defined as a polygon that has more than 5 vertices. What's a vertice? Well, a vertice is these points in space, right? These are verts. I'm selecting a vertice, right? Edges are, you know, the edges of an object, and a face is a face, right? I'm selecting the faces. You could switch between these modes by doing 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. You know what vertices are? Okay, cool. Do you know what an n-gon is? Somewhat. Okay. So an n-gon, again, this is an n-gon because this is a polygon with more than 5 vertices. So to split this up, n-gons are bad. So to split this up, you're going to want to select 2 vertices with shift and then just press J and join them. And either separate them into triangles, which are just polygons with 3 points, or quads, which are polygons with 4 points, or vertices, sorry. And I would just do this. It takes a lot of patience, but there's a reason why we do this. So I'd split it up like this. And then, let's see. I could probably mirror this so I don't have to do the back side. Let's set origin to geometry, and then mirror this. And then we can dissolve that. And then boom, we got a perfectly mirrored shoulder pad right here. And then you could just smooth by angle to make it all smooth. And then let's dissolve this. And there you go. This is a lot neater. And you could probably, this is like, let me look at the stats. Yeah, this is 32 edges, so when you are in Shift A, by the way, to add a new shape, cylinder, right? You can actually pull up this drop down right here, and you can change the amount of edges that are on your cylinder, right? So I would recommend doing it in factors of 2. So 8, 6, 4, right? So on and so forth. And because this is so small, we don't need 32 edges. This is way too much. So let's delete this. And this is 8. And what I would do is... Oh, this is a sphere? Okay, no problem. You can do the same for spheres as well. UV sphere, I assume, right? You could do the same thing. You could just open the drop down right here. Change it to 8. You could change the rings. Let's change that to 8 as well. Let's delete the top. And then... Ooh. Alright, see? So, this is where we would use a modifier. So, modifiers... I assume you know how to use some modifiers, right? I don't know how much of a beginner you are. Maybe, you know, like a limited amount, like mirroring and stuff like that. Not at all. Okay, so modifiers are extremely useful. So let's say I want to give this some depth, right? This is just kind of like pretty flat, right? There's a few ways I can do this. I can do Alt-E, extrude faces along normals. Like, I can do this, right? Which is fine. And then I could do shade smooth by angle, and then change the angle if I want these kind of like sharp looking edges. Or maybe I just want it like this, right? So I have it sharp up here and smooth on the side. You can also set sharp lines by selecting an edge by double clicking and then doing mark sharp like this. Oops, that's mark seam, my bad. Mark sharp. And then there we go, we got a sharp right there, and it'll be marked by a blue line, so that's how you know you did it right. And then I could just go in and just kind of select these, mark sharp, right? You could also use a modifier, which I would say modifiers are your best friend on Blender. So let's do add modifier, right? It kind of changes it, but you have this list of modifiers, right? We are looking for the modifier solidify. What do you think this does? Well, this solidifies our model, right? So we have a drop down with a bunch of options. We can change the thickness, basically, right? So this is a lot easier to use. So we can make this really, really thick. Or really, really thin. It's just a slider, right? And we can offset it too, so we can either make it big or small. We can make it even or not even. So there's a ton of different options here. You can also do, like, only the rim, if you don't want the edge to be solidified for some reason. And that could make for some pretty wacky shapes. So let's remove that. You're just gonna kind of want to look at these, right? And then you can just kind of like... The best thing about modifiers is that they are non-destructive. So what that means is that it doesn't actually physically change your geometry until you apply it. So how you can apply a modifier, like let's say, okay, I want to directly edit the thickness of this. So I just click this arrow, and then I go to apply. And then boom, I can edit the edges of this. But if it's not applied, it's still a plane. And I could just move it, like here. It's great. So then I could just move this over here, shrink it. Like this. And then there we go, we got our new cup. And I assume you kind of wanted this to be hanging on strings, so I'm going to show you a cool trick. We're going to show you how to use the skin modifier. So let's select these two edges, right? Shift D to duplicate, and then I'm going to press P to separate them, and then let's remove the solidify. Right, so I have these two vertices. We're going to extrude them. Extrude them again. And then let's merge these, which is M, and then at center. Right? And then we can... This is S. I'm using S to scale these. And Control R to very quickly add in some more vertices. Right? So I kind of got like a shape to my string. Thank you for tier 1 sub. Oh god, how do I read that name? I'm sorry, I can't even read that. We're gonna look for skin. Brain deads? Okay. This is the skin modifier, right? Oh god, what just happened? Don't worry. We'll fix it. So, you're gonna want to go into vertice mode, press A to select all of the vertices, and then press Control A to move it down. And boom! Look at that, we just added some thickness to our string. That looks a lot more convincing now, doesn't it? Right? And again, because it's non-destructive, you can actually add more. Also, I'm using Alt-Z to go into X-ray mode, by the way. You'd want to go into X-ray mode when you're doing all this, preferably. You can add more and just, like, subdivide or R. Let's select these. Right? There we go. Made my string more, convincing, right? But wait, there's more. Did you know you can stack modifiers? Guess what? I can look up subdivision surface. And if I do this, we just made our string high definition. So let me dissolve this. And this. And this. See, now it's not a square anymore. And this changes depending on where in the hierarchy you have. So, sorry, I gotta move you, chat. Let's move you over here. So, I can collapse these, right? And I can just move these either up or down, right? So, if I have subdivision on top, that means it's gonna affect the edges. It's gonna add a bit more of a curvedness. And then we can move this up. As opposed to if we have it down here. It'll make this more higher definition, but still a little bit like... what's the word? It looks polygonal, right? Very sharp bend, right? So we can add another subdivision that is above here. Wow. Beautiful. And we could just edit this. Doesn't this look beautiful? Another one. Baki, I should hire you. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, so you can stack these and rearrange them. That's the beauty of modifiers. And these don't even affect your geometry at all. Remember, this is still just like a bunch of vertices that are connected together. If we apply these all, it'll look like this. Which is a lot harder to work with, right? We can't exactly move the edges a lot without it being really weird. Right? So, typically, you don't want to apply your modifiers until you're absolutely ready to edit the geometry. Yeah. So, it gets really complex really fast. That's kind of the beauty of Blender, right? You can stack things. It's beautiful, man. Right? Things like change depending on the order you have them in your hierarchy. It can be a little bit overwhelming because you want to have an effect, but you don't know how to achieve it, right? So I get it. It can be overwhelming. It's just kind of like trial and error, basically. But I would say don't get too crazy with the subdivision. What subdivision basically does is it gives your geometry even more geometry. So, right? So I have a square, right? This is my square. If I add subdivision on this, boom, it's a circle. I can change the level of it. Right here, levels of viewport. Oh, it's even more detailed. Oh my god, it's even more detailed. And this used to be a square, right? And we could just edit the square instead of the actual geometry of the sphere. Right? It's a lot easier. But I would say don't make it this high definition, because this will crash. This will crash anyone that tries to load it up. So if you didn't know, you can actually apply modifiers by converting it to a mesh. Very useful. To save 3 seconds of breaths. Yeah, I know, you can also do that. I was just showing for the sake of the example. This is so cool. I sent the refs for the skins if you want to see what I was going for. Alright. But, yeah, that's just, very basic rundown on modifiers. There's, so many fucking modifiers that I didn't even go over. Mirroring is gonna be your best friend, right? So, let me see. Let's move the 3D cursor to the center of the world. Mirroring is gonna be your best friend. Let's say I have a cube, right? I'm modeling this over here, right? La 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 la. I want to add cool. I want a cool spike. Merge at center. I'm adding cool spikes. Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah. Look at my fucking sick ass spikes, right? Oh, but it's not on the other side, right? Here, I'm gonna fucking hide this Get away. Yeah. Hiya! It's not on the other side, right? Well, I mean, technically I could duplicate it and flip it, but it's gonna be weird, right? Or I can, like, try to rotate it, but that takes too much time. That's not streamlined. So, what I can do is go to my modifiers again, which is this little wrench tab. Add modifier. Go to search. Mirror. Boom. It's on the other side now. It's beautiful. And just remember though, if you're gonna try to import this and animate this in Roblox, you're gonna want to apply the mirror modifier and actually separate it. So select this side and then press P. And now you have it separated into 2 spikes. Right? And same thing here. This side is different from this side, so. Oh, I should say mirroring is also based on the origin of your geometry. So you see this little point that's kind of off in the middle of nowhere? This is your origin point. If you don't know what it is, I can see how it can get very confusing. But, every time you scale the model or do something with the model, it's gonna start from this point. So if I try to scale it, uh-oh, where is it going? Right? That's not right. So I can fix this by going to set origin and then origin to geometry. And that puts it right in the middle of my model. And boom, I can just scale it from here, right? But what happens if I want to mirror it to the other side? Well, I can't really do that, right? It doesn't show up because the origin is right here. You want the origin to be right here in the middle of your world. So you can go to Object, Set Origin to 3D Cursor. That's what this is called, this little widget. Set Origin to 3D Cursor. And then boom, it mirrored. Sorry, I'm being called again, so I will go AFK for like two seconds. 1 second, chat. Alright, sorry. I'm back. But yeah, just be aware of where your origin point is, because that can heavily affect what's happening to your model, right? So if I try to add a mirror to here, uh-oh, why is it all the way over there? Well, silly, it's because my origin point is right here. So let's set that to 3D cursor, and boom, fixed. Same with this, right? Origin point is here, set that to 3D cursor, let's delete this one. Mirror that. Boom. But yeah, that's kind of like stacking modifiers. And if you just want to like apply all these modifiers all at once, all you have to do is go to right click, convert to mesh, and then boom. It just stacks all of them. You are gonna want to optimize if you have like a bunch of subdivisions like this. Like, yeah, you're gonna want to optimize this. So, either by doing it manually like this and like selecting these, dissolving, selecting more, dissolving, and just going by that. But yeah. Just remember how to do that. If you have any specific questions about modifiers, I can try answering that. Because I see you basically manually made these with planes. So let's hide that. All made by hand, oopsies. That's no problem. I like doing things by hand, right? So this is pretty low poly, so I'd say let's add a subdivision, right? Boom. Instantly more geometry, right? So now I got a little bit more to work with. Oops. Now I got a little bit more to work with. I can just edit this. Kind of move this back. And I can also shade smooth, which means it makes it smooth. That's just a right click and then shade smooth or shade smooth by angle. Not the OG person, but can we have a Boolean modifier lesson? Okay. Booleans are kind of like, it's the dark magic of the Blender world, okay, right? Because if you use it wrong, it can fuck you up majorly, right? Okay, Piss Chamber, I'll help you with the Boolean modifiers. It is the dark magic of the Boolean, of the Blender modifiers. So why are you using Blender 4.1? Because this is the updated version? Why wouldn't I use Blender 4.1? Okay, but anyways. For my Roblox Studio heads, this is kind of similar to unioning. Isn't the updated version like 4.2? Oh, well, I just didn't update it. But it's whatever. Booleans are basically like Roblox Studio unions, but for those of you who don't know what unions are, basically, let's say I have a cube, right? And I need a very specific shape cut out into this, right? Let's just make a random ass shape, right? What Booleans do is I can go like this and then kind of like put it at an angle, right? I could, whatever shape I need it to be cut out as, right? Let's go to Boolean, or yeah, no, Boolean on this, the source that's you want to be cut object. And then I selected this one. And if I apply the modifier and I hide this, I just cut out a completely new shape from a mesh. Right? This can be a very powerful tool, right? However, this is also very dangerous because people do not know how to optimize Booleans correctly, right? You are left with a shit ton of n-gons, and this can majorly fucked up. Like, see, I'm already getting like artifacting right here. That's the Pibby glitch, right? This model is taking a bit. Well, I'm kind of just using this model as an example to give advice on other things. But, yeah, so I just select two and then just kind of, like, join them. Make sure these are quads. If they're not, make them into triangles. That's typically how I would fix them. Sometimes the angle of your Boolean also, like, will fuck up your result. Can't take it seriously when you call it a Pibby glitch. What do you want me to call it, chat? It's... Okay, if I use the word artifacting, like, okay, technically that's correct, but that's so boring. Alright, see? So now there shouldn't be... Ooh, now there shouldn't be any n-gons. Oh, I lied. There's another one here. Oh, also, another very useful tip is, I haven't used this in a while. I think it's select. Select all by trait, faces by sides, and I can select actually all the engons I have on a singular model by changing this to 5 or 6 or 7, and it'll select all the faces that have this number of vertices. So that's how I can quickly identify engons that I might have missed and that I need to fix. So boom, I'm looking up any faces that have 5 vertices. I can fix this now. I can fix this. There you go, just fixed it. But yeah, you can change the type to higher than. Oh yeah, you can also do that too. But yeah. And then I can shade smooth by angle. And then if we want like a cavity kind of looking thing, let's mark this sharp. Boom. That's kind of how you fix up a boolean. Again, very high chance of getting like pibby glitches. Because booleans can be very unstable. Question, what is that button with the multiple curves in the object mode top bar next to the object button? This? I don't even fucking know. I'm gonna be completely honest. I've never used that before. I don't even use like 80% of Blender. But yeah, that's booleans. Alright. But hopefully, the modifiers and the mirroring, that's gonna help you majorly when you're making your skins. Exporting R6 into Blender will also majorly help. I hope that is useful. See, so I can also like just move these to make a quick like top. Right. But yeah. Alright, next person. I hope that helped you. Me, for I shall like to partake in the esteemed model review raffle. I offer my sincerest thanks for the opportunity for such a prestigious analysis and assessment of my craft. I like your response, Robot Cake. Alright, what do you got? Is your username Robot Cake in the form? Thank you so much. I'm so happy you chose mine despite the bit of struggle, and this is very kind of you to do. I learned a lot. No problem. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, hidden Blender rules that, like, nobody fucking teaches you, and I had to learn over the course of, like, 5 years. So... Alright, Robot Cake. Or, that's your name, right? Robot Cake? I don't see you on the form. Oh, no, never mind. I lied. I just lied to you. I'm so sorry. I'm a liar. Where are you? Alright. Oh boy. Is yours the one called Cheese Graft by any chance? Yes? Okay. Oh boy. I'm so ready to see what this looks like. Let's download this. Alright. I'm a little scared. Oh, this is posed and everything. Wow. Alright, you guys want to see this? Let me look at your notes first, actually. I always struggle with pants for all my models to get it to fit design-wise. I know the try count is fucking wild high. This is an older model of mine I initially made for a render. If you get time helping out about optimizing the subdivs would be super useful to get a game ready. I want to import it into Roblox. Alright. This is Cheesegraft. Very cool concept. I really like the sword. Yeah, I see you got some booleans here that are... They got a lot of try. Alright, so pants. So, this is gonna be a little bit harder to optimize because this is actually posed. But if you want this to be game ready, well... Yeah, this is like 35,000 try. Yeah, this is nowhere near game ready. Sorry, but... That's why I'm here to help. So... Yeah, a lot of this is just comes from like your booleans. I'm not really sure how you achieve this shape. I think you probably booleaned with a cylinder and then beveled the edges? Is that correct? Yes, okay. So, yeah. First things first, we're gonna want to get rid of all of these fat fucking n-gons. Yeah, look at these. Look how many vertices this face has. So, yeah, this is gonna be a little bit of a struggle. To be honest, you could, like, also try cleaning up some of these. Honestly, just, like, the way you had it, like, this, like, without it beveled, like, is also fine. Let's not bevel that one. Use the unposed version in the Explorer. Oh, I see. Silly me. Yeah, so let's dissolve these. You don't really need it to be high poly. So, let's say, because, you know, this is a fighting fan skin, right? You have a lot of detail in the back, which is good. Because this is all the player's going to be seeing, right? From, like, their point of view. Oh my god, okay, yeah, you used a lot of subdivision for this. Wow. Or, no, this is a skin modifier. Alright. The skin and subdivision. Oh god. Yeah, so you just kind of want to go, again, every other loop. Just go in and decimate. Maybe I would say you can leave more geo at the corners because it needs more geo to curve. And then we can probably dissolve some of these. And I would just say keep dissolving until it no longer changes the shape. You also don't need to go like... Oops. There's something... Okay, god damn it. You got some weird twisting here with the arm. Also, you can honestly just, like, select this edge. Actually... Oh, wow. Okay, this loops around very weird. It's because you have this twist here. Never mind. I was gonna say you could delete this back edge, but because it twists around on itself, you can't do that. Let's dissolve these. Honestly, like, for fighting, I would say, specifically for a Biograph skin, I'd get it down to, like, 10k. That's very possible with this model, I think. Because a lot of this is just, like, very minor cleanup that you need to fix. Let's make this solid. And then just, again, delete faces that players are not gonna see. So just these back faces, these back faces. You have a very good understanding of shape and silhouette, but again, what makes a good modeler is knowing the limit that you can take for, like, detail and being optimized, specifically for game optimization, right? Like, yeah, you don't need this many rings. If you want to do, like, a quick and dirty way, just go to decimate. Decimate like this. Right, you can actively see it change shape, right? So, like, I'd say get it to a point where it, like, just barely changes, like, maybe right here, and then apply. Boom. It's very messy, and you can tell, like, if someone looks at your model, they'll be like, oh yeah, this was decimated. But, hey, it's optimized. This is now, like, 500 triangle, as opposed to, like, 3000, right? It's like that jump from render to in-game. I don't exactly know how much to cut down. I would say for a Roblox character, aim for 10k. Honestly, it really just does depend on the character, because it varies between fighters, right? So Scythe is our heaviest model, like, geometry-wise. I think her base is something like... Her base model, like, including her Scythe, it's gotta be, like, somewhere around, like, 17k, I think. Maybe even more, like 20k, right? That's pretty heavy for a Roblox character. So, for skins, we wouldn't want to go above 20, right? Same thing for Biograph. I can't remember how much he is off the top of my head, but if you have a character made up of 10k triangles, you want to make a skin, try not to go above maybe like 11k, 15k. It really is just kind of like dependent on what the concept is for the skin, what kind of game you're making, right? How many players are going to be in the server, how much is being loaded in all at once. There's a ton of different factors, right? That you need to be aware of, and it can be overwhelming, right? Like, I had to learn all this on my own. It sucked, right? But that's kind of what teams are looking for. They're looking for people who can be very aware of their try count, what can be used in game, what can be sacrificed. Sometimes you're gonna have to sacrifice detail. Like these circles, they're probably gonna have to like look like this, like in game, just cause like that's the amount you need to cut on geometry. It doesn't look the best, but it performs the best, and unfortunately, that's one of the sacrifices you're gonna have to make, right? Again, if you're doing this specifically for render only, this is fantastic. Would I make those just a texture though? It depends. If you want this to glow, oh yeah, these are planes, huh? Yeah, you could make this an image. This could be like 2 planes, and that would be like maybe like 8 vertices max. That would be way more optimized. You could also make this a plane as well. Yeah, just delete the back side of these. Okay, it seems you already did that. Yeah, again, it's just a lot of attention to optimizing Boolean. Don't fall for the Boolean dark arts. Booleans can be very evil. Yeah, this can be an image texture, right? This doesn't have to be... This is like 86 triangles that you do not need. This can be a single image texture that's transparent. But, yeah, you're very talented in, shape, silhouette, right? Like, I'm confident you can model, but I don't think you can optimize. That's the skill you need to work on. If you can optimize this and, like, make it, like, have the same amount of quality, I would say you'd be game ready. Right? But yeah. What do you say about the pants in terms of design? Oh, right. Okay. So, you kind of have like a pseudo like suit going on here. Like, I'm thinking like it's giving off the vibe of like it's metal but in the shape of a suit, right? Kind of like how Biograph in like looks like, right? Which I think is great. So the reason why this kind of looks odd is because I think this looks more like just regular pants than it does like actual like engraved metal like it does up here, right? Wow, yeah, you got a lot of stuff going on down here. But, yeah, I would try, like, maybe cutting it up into, like, slices. Kind of like how you have up here, right? You can make a very interesting design. Maybe kind of do, like, what Coil's pants has. Like, you know, like, the effect he has, where it's, like, a pattern on the bottom kind of gradually going upwards. That's what I would do. Make it look like, sheet metal. Yeah. That's kind of some ideas. I think it's also just because, like, you have this very strange, like, what's the word? Extrusion right here, when a lot of the rest of the skin, it's, like, mostly, like, whoops, sorry. It's mostly, things being inset, right? So to see something, like, extruded from the base is a little weird. And also, you kind of have a little bit... These normals are a little bit fucked up. Let's see if I can add some weighted normals on that. Oh yeah, no, there's something wrong here. What is going on? Your faces are fine. How do you apply patterns? Because they're slightly confusing. What do you mean patterns? But, yeah, I would say you obviously know, now that you can make these in image texture, right? That would save on a lot of geometry. Like, you're already using a lot of geometry just to make these circles. And then, obviously, like, fixing up your engons, right? You don't want your model to have engons. Like, if you're putting it in a game, you don't want it to have engons. It's just, it's not healthy. Like uncoiled pants or medkits? Oh! Ha! That's funny. I individually drew those. It is an image texture. Yeah, for Coil's pants, that I individually drew that. For Subspace, it was a free pattern I found online. And then we could just... Yeah, this is not... You have a lot of geometry here that is just very unnecessary. Kind of what I would do. Build this. How do you apply pattern? There's you can't apply patterns. It's painted like individually. I'm not really sure what you mean. But, yeah, so I think you have a very good grasp on concepting. I don't know if you made the concept for this or you got a friend to do it. Either way, you know how to model it, which is great. You could also just decimate these. A little bit sloppier, but it works. See, we already got it down to like 31,000 just by like adding decimation. But, yeah. Yeah, this can be an image texture. Oh yeah, this could totally be an image texture. This can be a plane, to be honest. You can, yeah, this can be a bit lower poly. You don't need this high poly for eyebrows that the player isn't even gonna see because the player is only gonna see the backside. But, yeah. Focus on optimizing. You are very talented. You're obviously a bit more advanced than the others. I don't know how long you've been doing this for. But, yeah, just, like, focus on making things smaller. Like, zooming out, zooming your scope, right? Recognizing what needs to be, an image texture, what doesn't need to be an image texture. Keeping an eye on this triangle count. That's all. Alright. We're gonna do one more. Because this stream has been going on for 4 hours. Alright. So, let's see. Me? Alright. Noob that takes me. You were the first to respond, so I'll do you. Is your username the same? Yes? Okay. Alright, I see you. Let me find your file. Crap, I gotta refresh my form. Alright. Dino board. Fan-made skin for skateboard. Alright. Let's see. Ah, this is so cute. Alright. Here we are. I really like the meteor skateboard. That is very cute. Alright, so I'm seeing a very consistent problem between all of these submissions. You guys are not keeping track of your triangle budget. 33, this skin does not need to be 33,000 triangles. Okay, yeah, this is too much. This is way too much. I also think you can try making, like, you didn't really put a note. Most of us make models for a quick one-time render, which is why it's so high. Yeah, I understand that, but if you want this to be game ready, I'm gonna critique it like it's supposed to be going into a game, right? If you aren't planning for this to be imported into Roblox, I can just critique it based on design or what I think you can fix with the overall shape of the model, though. I should have asked. I should have asked beforehand. So, what do you want me to review about this? I think it's good practice to be criticized for optimization. I think it is good practice because sometimes you also do want your rendered models to be optimized as well. Because render time also is affected by the performance of the model. Like if it's an animation. Okay, I don't know if Noob is still here, but... Alright, Noob, what do you want me to review about this specifically? Do you want me to review this as if it was going to be in a game? Or just the modeling and the design? Or what are you looking for? What it would be in a game. Okay. So I'm gonna critique this on optimization then. You do not need this many folds. It also doesn't really look that natural either, so I couldn't see you really justifying it looking like this. I'd say maybe like 1 or 2 folds, max. Like, let's dissolve this, and then... Clothing typically bunches near things that are tighter, right? So, like, near the belt, right? So I would put the folds kind of closer to the bottom here, honestly. And then maybe make it a bit bigger. So then maybe you can make like a beginner's Q&A for complete Blender newbies as either a Twitter post or an image. I'm starting Blender, but I have no fucking idea what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, I started making a YouTube video for the Blender noobs. Yeah, it was my first time trying to make folds. Yeah, no problem. I think if you want to go more natural, or try to make it more believable, just kind of do it where, you know, clothing would realistically bunch up. So, like, kind of near the bottom, I would say, like this. I think you have auto smooth, right? So, oops. I'm just gonna do that shade by sharp. And clear sharp. Why is this? Let me check the faces. You got some that need to be fixed. No worries. Let's fix that. Recalculate. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, these are very high in Geo. Yeah, these could be like maybe 6 or 8. 8 max. Honestly, I would put this at 6 edges. Let's go into solid. And then face orientation. Yeah, I would lower the folds down to the belt, right? Because that's where clothing usually bunches up, right? Makes it a little bit more believable. And yeah, these do not need to be this high poly. You have this at 16 edges, so again, I'd select the edges, do check or deselect, collapse, and we basically made it like 8. Let's check or deselect, collapse. Oops. Ah! So yeah, see, it virtually, like, looks the same. Hang on. It virtually looks the same, but this is a lot less geo. 76 triangles, this is 156, right? Forgot I did donuts for the kneecaps. Fear. No worries. Again, I have been in the exact same situation, right? There's no problem with that. Just, now that you are aware of it, yeah, I would say just, like, dissolve every other edge. Like this. Boom. And then, like, even, like, these sides. Oops. And then I would pretty much delete the backside, as that's not even being shown to the camera, right? Delete. Boom. Move that back. See how much less geo this is? And then let's remove auto smooth, shade smooth, right? This would be a better performing model. And then you can, yeah. And then you would just delete these and then just duplicate this. Bam. Bam. Right? Better performing. And then when you zoom out, it looks virtually identical, right? No one is gonna complain about this amount of detail if, like, unless they're, like, right up here, right? Again, deleting the backsides, always good practice for performance. Ah, you have this on Solidify. I see. Yeah, this does not need to be this many. Like... See, this is 28 triangles. This is 142. You've come so far, Soda, ever since Bat versus Rat. I'm glad you guys got recognition. All of y'all deserve it. Well, I wouldn't say fighting is, like, mainstream or anything yet. Like, it's still pretty indie. Which, I mean, I don't blame it. Like, we're not doing, like, constant updates or whatever. This could honestly be an image texture on the helmet. You would just need to learn how to unwrap. Which is a big task. But, yeah. N-gons right here. Remember, just join these. Make sure it's a quad. Very simple stuff like this. Optimizing does take a lot of time to do. Which is kind of why you want to be wary of what to optimize before you actually go in and optimize your model. That way, it's kind of like, oh, I already optimized my model, like, before I did it, you know? Again, this could be an image texture on the helmet. UV unwrapping is pretty scary, though, so I wouldn't blame you if you kind of, avoided it. But, you are showing, like, yeah, don't carve this out with the knife tool. You can make this an image texture, you can draw on it. Like, this is solidify. Add that. Okay. Actually, here's what I would do. Delete the solidify modifier. Extrude this. And then I would go to face mode. Delete all faces. Maybe extrude this a bit down. So I have deleted the entirety of the inside. Using the knife tool for patterns is a canon event for all fighting modelers. Hey, who knows? I might be scouting out for more skin modelers in the future. So if you guys can show me that you can model and optimize, you might get a job. unwrap that. And then we could probably remove these little patterns. I'm just showing you as an example how I would do it. And also, I don't think you really need this many. Like, okay. I get that there's a curve here, right? So here's what I would do. I would actually collapse these. So I have extra geometry on the side, but I am also optimizing it. Hang on. Yeah, I can just select all these. And then same for the top here, except I think you can probably just decimate these. Kind of the same with these ones. I think I can just collapse these. Collapse, 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 collapse. There we go. See, so I still preserve the shape, and it's way more optimized. Like, look at this. So, let's enable my statistics. 132 triangles compared to 268. Right? That's a lot. A lot of optimization. And you can also just, like, also kind of just merge these as well. Because no one's really gonna, like, look back here, right? No one's looking underneath the shoulder pad. No one is that. Fighting fans, they're not the most vigilant. Let's just put it like that. I've hidden a lot of stuff in my models that people are never gonna see, right? Because, like, why would they? Collapse. Right? So now, with this, we can UV unwrap. So let's unwrap it like this. Mark Sharp. Or, not Mark Sharp, sorry. Mark Seam. I always mix those up. Unwrap. Why? Clear seam. No, sorry, no. Ah. Mark Sharp. I had to install a Chrome plugin to watch videos while I'm working because modeling gets boring sometimes. Oh yeah, I watch, like, movies all the time while I'm modeling. You guys are not alone. Okay, so this isn't, like, the most well-optimized UV, but whatever. It works for the example, right? So, I got my unwrap here. Yeah, it's all cool and shit. Let's just move these to the side, right? And then we're going to remove these materials, sorry. New. Image. Base color. New. Skate Dino Pad. New image. And now we get to coloring. So let's get this color. Dark green. Hex. Copy that. And then texture paint. Let's get this. Fill that, and then this is just pure black. So I sing my heart out while modeling since I take way too much time modeling something simple. I would get distracted if I had something playing in the background. It takes a lot of patience. Modeling is a very... What the heck? Uh-oh. Is my blender pippy glitching? This is not good. I can fill. Okay, whatever. I'll just show you another technique since Blender is not fucking allowing me to brush. You can actually mask your textures. Let me show you how. You just select what you want to mask, right? So you kind of got this black outline following your shoulder pad right here. And then you go to texture paint. You click this button. Go to fill. And then fill that. Boom. I just masked it out. There you go. And then you would like... Oh my god, I cannot draw. Why? Oh, wait. I know why. I'm... Silly, silly, silly. Oh, wait. No? No, my face orientation is right. Dude, I listened to, like, the entirety of the Lord of the Rings, like, books. Like, I think while I was modeling, what was it? I think I was modeling Scythe or something. Like, as an audiobook. I was like, yeah, I'll put on Lord of the Rings. Listen to the entire trilogy. Just while I was modeling. There's pibby glitching going on with my blender. Odd. Shit, I lost the material. Is it this? No. Oh yeah, also name your materials. Fuck, where did I put it? Okay, here we go. I can't believe it is not letting me draw. I don't know why. That is so odd. I've never run into this problem before. Anyways, if this was working correctly, you would be able to, like, draw on this, is my point. And you could, like, individually draw, like, the cracks and stuff, and it would just be, like, a single image texture instead of you carving out a bunch of different cracks and stuff. See, like, this is 600. This is only 120, right? And they are virtually, like, from a distance, they are virtually the same, right? Yeah, just kind of like, you have very good, like, design. I don't know if you designed this, or if you're going off of a concept, but, you're at a very good start right now. I would say try to go less intense on the folds, though, because you have a lot, and it's just contributing to more unnecessary geometry. But, yeah. That is my advice. And it's just a bunch of these little optimizations that you would make over the model, and this would... You could easily bring this down to, like, 15, 10k. But, yeah. I hope this stream helped you guys. Learn something, I guess. It was just kind of me yapping for 4 hours. This is a very cute design. But yeah. If you guys like this, I can do more in the future. Potentially? I don't know. More? I'll do a part 2, reviewing the rest that I did not get to. Alright? And once we review all of those, you guys can send me the fixed ones, and I can critique them again, if you want. Up to you. But yeah. I'm gonna end the stream off here today. And thank you guys for joining the stream. It was lovely.